What's up?
Alrighty, so let me minimize that. We should be good to go. Yep. All right, I'm hopping on Rocket League right now. Oh, we also have to add each other on PS5. What's your
This is true. I just added you, whatever it was on.
penal buckshot 1?
Yeah. Who wants to lose to that? It was a random. It was random back in the day, and I was like, you know what? Who wants to lose to somebody named Penal Buckshot?
I'll keep it.
Yeah. So every time somebody loses, that's literally one of my comebacks. Is man, you just lost to somebody named Penal Buckshot. I think you need to rethink everything.
Invite to party. There we go. Yo, what's up, Longshot? How's it going? I know it's been a while. Been a coon's age. Let me turn down Gustavo because he's blaring in my ear balls right now. There we go. Say something, Gustavo.
Yo.
Yep. 69%. There we go. All right. Ooh.
So granted, I am pretty bad.
No, that's fine. This is going to be called How to Train Your Rocket League Dragon.
How to train your Rocket League Dragon.
Yeah. And if you want to see yourself on stream, you search It's Timbo Flex on Twitch or YouTube. We're live on both. All right.
I got okay. How do I open my? I got a deluxe drop.
You got a deluxe drop? Oh, you go to your garage.
No, I got that. I got nitrous.
Nice.
I got a couple deluxe boxes.
Longshot said your name is Toothless from now on. All right.
Huh?
Let's go to a private match real quick so we can go over a few small details. See if you can let's just 1v1 real quick. I just want to see what's up.
Oh god. All right.
No bots. Create match. Okay, let me turn down this fucking music. Can't even think with it. There we go. Long shot. Is the music okay? Volume wise? Yeah, it should be alright. Alright.
Wow.
Great match. Good to see you streaming again. Hope life threatening you well. Oh, treating you well. Music is good.
Life's threatening you. Well.
Yeah, well, life threatens me all the time, but I ain't no bitch. So
I threaten it right back.
all right, so be on the other team. There you go. All right. It's been a while since I've played too, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, these controls are real.
I actually have mine custom mapped out. You might not want to mess with them at first though.
Yeah, well, I mean, once I get used to it, I get used to it.
Yeah.
It's just like Fortnite. I Hey, 2-0.
Ah, shoot. Well, all right, that works. Ah, too hard.
Oh my god.
You ain't burning me, son. Oh, bitch. I fucked myself. And I fucked myself again. There we go. Okay, enough showing off. I'm actually the worst person in our group. There's people that don't let the fucking ball touch the ground.
Did wrong there.
What? I need to turn you up. I turned you down too much. Okay, let me turn you up real quick. Back up to hundo. There you go. And then turn everything else down. There we go.
I heard you in the background. I was just gonna stop messing around.
Fuck. All right, so I'm actually also teaching my girlfriend's son how to play Rocket League as well. And so I'm gonna put you through the same course I put him through.
Okay.
All right. Fuck around with that. I'll be right back. Forgot I had kratom by my feet and I fucking kicked it all over my floor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, super nice. And let me go ahead. There we go. Okay. So, first things first, fill up a boost and meet me in my goal. Are you full on boost?
Thing on the ball lock. Okay.
All right, come over here. And go from goal to goal without touching the ground.
Oh, goal to goal without.
And don't come back until you do.
difficult.
Yeah, you'll figure it out eventually.
I think that.
Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and tie us so that we have unlimited time. There we go. All right, goal to goal.
I damn near did it.
So
I was
close.
right there.
So close. All right, try it again.
Right there.
Try it again.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
I'll be in the goal rooting for you and also judging to see if you can actually hit the line.
I messed up. Dang it. All right. Look at that.
Hey, there you go. All right.
All right.
Now, because we're going to be playing duos, there's some stuff we need to go over. So, positions. One, backfield and front field. That's what I call them. I'm sure they're officially called something else. Like, people are serious about the Rocket Leagues.
Yeah, like the left wing, the mid wing.
Yeah. So back wing is what I actually excel at, but I'm assuming I'm going to be taking back wing. Backfield is what I usually do if my player's better than I am. But I'm probably going to take front, and I'll be called a striker, and you're basically in the back. But that doesn't mean you're just a goalie. So if anything gets past or close to the midfield, your job is to chunk it on the other side and be like Gandalf. You shall not pass. And then when they get close to the goal, you just stay constantly between the ball and the goal, even if it's on the other side of the field. And you set up shots for me to shoot in. So if we're going at it, right, and I'm back goal, I'm gonna hit it hard on that corner, and hopefully it lands in front of the goal, or I just set it up on the side over here. Basically, you're just doing setups constantly, and then I drive it in, and usually that disorients them enough to where they actually, get it. So hold on, I'll show you a good setup. That's a good setup if it landed in front of the goal, and then the driver would basically come in and strike it in behind you. Does that make sense?
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay, cool. Try to set up the ball for me. Oh, my bad. There you go. And I need to get better at fucking shooting, but that was a good setup, for real. All right, I'm gonna set it up for you now. There you go. Nice. And so, even if you start out that way, we rotate. And so, whoever is in control of the ball is basically the setup person, unless you think you got a shot. If you think you got a shot, fucking go for it. But if they're on you heavy and they're back and forth, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna set this up, basically tell me you're setting it up, and then I'll come in from midfield and hit it. So whoever's in the back is the basically the goalie slash the setup person, or long shots, like full goal shots, and then the person in the front drives it home. So
Okay.
we are going to play exit main menu. Yeah, we're gonna play some casuals because I don't think you have a lot of achievements you have to do.
I got a lot of
Yeah, if you hit R1, all that bullshit. But you can play casual until you
vehicle. Does it do anything?
So yeah, the different vehicles actually do have different hitboxes. So the Octane is actually a really good one to start with, because that's like, it has that giant tail fin, it has the raised sides, so you're not going to miss the ball a lot. The car I have is good for striking, so like forward shots, because it has like a heavy front. So different cars have
what about like wheels and
no, all that's cosmetic. I mean, it makes it feel
like
better.
What about the rocket boost?
Nah, all that is just cosmetic.
Oh. All right, seems like I guess we're ready then. Huh?
I still have one subscriber. What the fuck? who's been subscribing to me for this whole year, and I haven't been streaming. After this game, I'm gonna make some kratom. So I can spill it all over myself again.
Yeah, drop it by your feet.
Yep. I need to get like a side table in here. All right. So I'm lead, and you're basically staying between the ball and the goal.
Oh dang! Holy.
Yeah, we're playing against my people.
Yeah, what did he just do?
That was an aerial.
Yeah, that was something.
All right, I'm back.
All right.
All right, I'm at midfield, so if you want to bonk it up there, there we go. Oh, fuck me.
All right.
All right, he's trying to do it again.
Oh, get my fuck.
There we go. Trying to set it up for you. Oh, he knew what I was doing. He rainbowed it. Oh. No. Don't do your fancy shit. Nobody likes a fancy bitch. All right, go for it. I may stay back a bit more because I kind of control their points. Bitch!
Good defense. I don't know how you did that. Good defense.
There we go. Get that shit out of here. No! He double tapped it. Fuck.
Boy, this thing's difficult.
Yeah, this is a bad pair to start with.
It's a little difficult.
Yeah.
I had my guys I played with, and I scored 4 goals. I was feeling like hot shit.
The ball didn't leave the ground.
Oh, he double tapped that too. That was cool.
Yeah, don't even worry about aerials for a while. I would focus on dribbling and ground play.
Okay.
You can beat people with aerials.
Defending the goal.
Yeah. With that shit, defending it from the top is actually the best. With like aerials, if you get above the goal. There we go. Oh, too hard. Fuck. Fuck me. All right, so I'm gonna get on top of the goal. Oh, I don't have time. Go for it. I faked it. Nice. What up, Goofy Gobbler? Well. Look who it is. Yep. Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. See how if you were on top of the goal, it's easier to defend that.
He just rode that thing.
Yep. These guys are not gold. I can tell you that right now. They're Smurfs, meaning they basically are way better. They're probably diamonds, and they got tired of losing, so they fucking fucked around for about 8 games, and oh no. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, these guys are definitely higher than my level, for sure. How's it going, Goofy?
I don't even know how they're controlling that walk all the time, man. I'm trying to like control my vehicle up in the air and jump off of the wall.
Don't worry.
Can't even jump off of the wall.
Don't worry, Gustavo. We get blowjobs.
This is true.
Yeah, we know what grass feels like, and we get all the poontang. That bitch. I need to take some notes about that. A little delayed reaction there. Come on, you got it. Aha, you got it.
Yeah, defense, man. No, it wins games sometimes. Oh. Back it up.
Thank you.
Get out of there. Yeah, you can.
No! All right, these guys go fuck themselves because that's all they're doing. We're gonna get fucked by our girlfriends and fucking rando bitches. How about that?
Oh, man.
I was saying for you, rando bitches. Like, yeah, my girlfriend would probably kill me if she heard me say that. But yeah. There we go. There we go. Come on.
Set me up.
There you go. Good setup right there.
Oh, no, I messed up. Oops.
Oh, bitch! You bitch! Oh, no. Oh,
Those are first points that I just smacked it out of our hands.
No, I thought I got that. Oh. Oh,
man.
The humanity.
Man, sometimes I wonder if I play defense for the other team.
All right, going left, going left. Bitch.
In there.
I saw what they've been doing. They've been like doubling up on to receive the hit. To fuck them. We got the goal. It would be 2, but we got it. All right, I'm going right. There you go. Did you just score? Oh fuck! Hold on, watch this. Bitch. Oh, if you would have blocked that one as well.
I had to swerve real hard. Look at that. I had to swerve real hard.
Yo, we can catch up.
Yeah.
I've come back 0 to 5 before. Oh, fuck. They're just laughing at us right now. They're fucking laughing at us in their 12-year-old voices.
Man, I sat there and I said, oh, gotta jump and hit that. Didn't work.
I just asked Audit like a month ago where you were. Yeah, man, I had some life changes. There we go. I had some life changes I needed to sort out, and I'm making more money than I've ever made before. That's pretty cool.
Hell yeah, you are, man.
Yeah, this is my coworker actually. I sell roofs now, and
I sell roofs now.
I have a hotter girlfriend, meaning me and the old girlfriend's done, and the new girlfriend is actually pretty fucking cool. There you go. Oh,
I thought I hit that. You know, I thought I was doing something really
hit
exciting.
it in. Never mind. Donate. No, I'm not gonna donate you some money. You donate me some money. The donate button's right there.
Hey, just because we've made the most money we've ever made in our lives doesn't mean we're
Oh,
rich.
come on, dude. Oh no!
Hell yeah, dude. Look at that.
Goofy said, I have donated, so pay it back. Listen, this is a business and a hobby, and one of the things that relaxes me, and I appreciate every single one of my subscribers. I love you, but I'm not giving you any money until I make enough to where I can do giveaways, and then that's gonna be a fun time.
Oh no! I thought I had that.
No, they're gonna try to make it.
Balls.
Keep it on the ground. There we go. Goofy Gobbler played whiff for 500 channel points. Hey, you know what? Tim Bucks is still a thing, and you got a lot of them.
Tim Bucks.
Tim Bucks. Whenever somebody gets the first one, they get 2, and I say, hey, you can have Tim Buck too. All right, let's play some normal fucking people, not these goddamn Smurfs.
That hurt.
This is Smurfs. Smurfs are like trans people in the fucking Woman Olympics. They're punching down. That's all they're doing.
Oh, playing people? Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Alright.
All right, these people are not Smurfs, I can tell. They haven't left the ground yet. No! All right, he missed. That's how I know they're Smurfs. They're not Smurfs, because Smurfs never miss. There we go. There we go. All right, I got goal. I got goal.
With all my might.
All right, that works too. I got goal. Just get it on that side and say, oh. Yeah, there we go.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh no! That was
Hell
a very
yeah,
impressive shot.
Shit.
That's called a double tap. If I meant to do it on their goal. You lost to Goon Squad. Yeah, I know. Oh shit.
Oh, I forgot I was supposed to be playing back.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. That's okay. One thing I didn't tell you: left side always goes for the ball.
Okay. Okay. Alright.
That was actually on me.
It was up front. I have to just keep looking.
No worries. That was actually on me.
Oh, you're good. So oh, you're left side. Got it.
Yep. There we go. There we go. Come on. All right, I'm rounding back.
Oh.
You keep him busy for a little bit.
Oh.
That's the wrong kind of keeping him busy, but okay.
Yeah, I was like, you know. I tried. Oh.
Oh, he missed. He missed. He missed. All right, take it there, court, and try to set me up.
Oh, I missed it. I missed it.
That's all right. There we go. I'm gonna try to set you up, okay? So be in the middle.
All right.
Right there. No. Go back. Go back. Go back. Yeah. Yeah. There we go.
Defense. I have to wait till Tim gets there, but you know, my defense is all right.
Go, 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 go. No. Yeah.
Look at that. Oh, man. Shit.
Hey, you know what? At least they're not fucking like Superman flying.
Oh.
All right, he tried. All right, kicking it off. Ah, damn it. He got me. Damn, nabbit.
Damn.
That's okay.
Right, we got this. There's 3 minutes left.
Yeah, anything can happen in 3 minutes.
I mean, anyway. All right. Got this.
We need a whole game where we have like girls sucking our dick the entire time. My girlfriend, of course, and whoever you decide. And even if we lose, we win. You know what I mean? I fucked that up.
then we just won't win ever. You know that.
No, but we'll be winning though. They have to be off camera though.
Of course. I mean, for you. I ain't got no.
All right, get into it. Yeah. Read that like a book, dude. You tried to blow me up? I smelt him coming. No! No.
I didn't have any boost. I wasted it all on the setup that I thought I was gonna have.
That's okay.
I learned how to fly this game.
I'm going left. Oh no. No!
I did not mean to stop the ball completely. I thought I was doing something.
That's okay.
Holy fuck. I stopped it.
That's all right.
Look at that. I thought it was gonna go a little farther.
No worries, compadre. All right, I got back.
That is worries. I got this. I got this. Got it. It's all right. It's okay.
No, fuck me. I need to make a Smurf account so we can just play your people. Ah, shit. Yeah, so the last people had good aerial tactics. These guys have good ground tactics. They have good like basics, ball control.
You know, fourth game ever, so it's okay.
Yeah, I got it. I'm hitting it right. Go right. That's one thing I'm good at is kickoffs. Got him. Fuck me.
God damn, she's good, or whoever that is good.
We're playing Love Bomb Made and Isaiah's.
Love Bomb Made has made every single goal.
Don't worry, we'll lose enough to where it will even out. And we'll play worse people. So yeah, another thing is like tailing me. If I miss it, then you hit it. So like, don't get too close. But yes, yes, no. So close.
Got that up. Put it around. Oh, never mind. I just set them up. That's what I did.
It's all good. Yeah, there's nothing like experience, dude. I got my face.
These guys have been playing for 3 years.
Yeah, I got my face smashed in so much. Yes.
There we go.
Yes. Yes.
Look at that defense. I got an assist for that.
How the fuck did you hit the ball? Hold on, let me see this.
Huh?
Oh, okay, you hit the ball into me. Gotcha. Nice, good teamwork.
Look at that.
Goose Timothy. Well.
Oh.
You know, like the commercial where it's for Allstate, it's like, you want $1? You gotta be quicker than that.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta be quicker than that. You almost had it.
All right, hitting it right. Right, no, left.
Going left, going straight.
Yes. No.
No.
Hey, it was good though. It was good. Starting to get it. Yeah, good defense. There we go. That was a fake, intentional.
No, no, no. Oh. I missed it anyways. But hey, my last 5 seconds were amazing.
Yeah,
I did something.
All right. I need to set up a fucking, what's it called? No, let's hold on. Let's get back to main menu real quick so we don't play them again.
Oh. Okay.
Let's get them into a match. Yeah. This is a highly teamwork based game. And then once you get it down, dude, it's fucking nice.
I can see that. What about this thing?
What? No, go for it. I suggest the Octane as, I mean, every car works, but it's like
I think this thing is huge.
It's like playing with a brick. I mean, you can try it. It's good for defense.
Oh, well then, I'll try the Octane.
All
I
right.
have 3 wins with the Octane. 3-0 with this car.
All right, let's make it 3-1.
Hell yeah. You know? Technically speaking, I 1-0 in 1v1.
Nice. All right, you got it. Boost right from the beginning. There you go. Here we go. All right, setting you up. All right, set myself up.
Oh, killed me. That's what you did.
I can't do that. They did that.
Oh.
I might have hit him supersonic into you. Yeah. Yeah, these guys are a good team to play against because they're not like super good. But that dude booms.
He's just cheating.
That dude booms for a living. Yep. Damn it. I think we can beat these guys.
Star score. Heck yeah.
We have a chance at least. All right, go for it. Try to hit it right. Never mind. I need to remember that you're new, and I need to guard the goal on kickoffs.
Hold on. No, that was a mistake because I jumped and it just. I should have like put my tail down when I jumped.
All right, I'm hitting it left.
All right.
Oh, he tried. I know what he tried to do. I'm setting you up. Setting you up. Oh fuck! Oh, you got it first. Fuck.
That's cool. Yeah, I thought this was kind of like a pay to win where I can pay to get better.
Nope.
Doesn't work.
Not at all. Setting you up. Set. Go, go, go.
Oh.
That's okay. That's okay.
My heart.
Oh, shit on me. Shit on me. Shit on me. No.
Yeah, I don't. These controls are freaking weird.
All right, how about this? I'll try to do long shots and guard the goal from now on. You try to just try to practice controlling the ball. I'm gonna hit it first. Oh wait, no. Okay. All right. I'm rainbowing it. There we go. All right, go for it.
Here. Oh.
Got no boost for the rest of my days. Oh my fucking god. Philosophies. Kuna Matata. Yo. Okay, I'm getting out of here.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna set you up from the back. know what he's trying to do. All right, send you up from back. Ah! Go, go, go.
I was still in 50 feet in the air.
Like a trash bag in the wind.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, no. There we go. All right, I'm taking it.
All right. Look at that. He scored.
All right. I think with our new tactics, we may have a chance. All right, I got the back. I'm on the right. Ooh. Close. All right, going for it. I missed.
Oh.
Don't let him burn us. All right, they also noticed that I'm taking it from the back, which is a very poor choice of phrasing. But
Get that boost, I gotta get that extra. Fine.
there we go. I got you.
Oh. I got you got yourself.
Fuck.
Fine. And the momentum as well. I have to figure out the momentum.
Woohoo! Woohoo! All right, I'm taking it up. There we go. There we go. Oh, so close.
No. Okay, so I forget to jump. That's what I need.
Nice. I used him as our battering ram. All right, we got some good tactics down though. Nice. Okay, so I think we got a good tactic. I cover back. And the good sports about it.
Dang, I need to get better.
Hey, fifth game ever, dude.
Dog, man, it sucks losing. Like, I hate losing. That is like my competitive, it burns.
I knew you would like this game because of that reason. This is an entirely skill-based game. I went back to the main menu, by the way.
Yeah, I know. It gives me a notification every time.
I know that this is a skill-based game and it's entirely competitive. Like people throw their PS5s out the fucking window over this game.
Yeah, dude, this starts pissing me off. I might go back to the hot shot.
So don't do that. That thing is nasty looking. But anyways, while I'm going to make Kratom, do me a favor, hit play and then training and then go to goalie or striker, either one, whichever one you want to practice. Do you see it?
Well, I'd like to defend too, so that.
Cool. Yeah, I start people with goalie because it's like just gets you kind of used to stopping shots, and as long as I can make shots, if you can stop shots, we're gonna win. So I'm gonna make some Kratom, try to do all 10 of the one on the beginner. Be right back, everybody. Oh my god. Dre, do not leave the game. That was fucking. I got all that on stream too. That one's going on YouTube.
It might be.
It sounds counterintuitive, but because it sounds like it could cause more problems than it could solve. I think there's a reason why modern day medicine is not using shit.
Nonsense. All you gotta do is have a crystal around your neck the whole time. You'll live forever like a god. My stream title is Sony Lies, Tim and Tyler.
It's gonna reach a very limited target audience, but they'll know.
They'll know. I should probably change that now. Now we're not talking about it at all. They're gonna come up and be like, so why is Sony Live? We're like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're playing Ninja.
Yeah.
Light post. I just swear I'm a green light post. I swear. I swear. I lied to who, buddy? Oh no! I'm a dancing green light post.
Is that hurting you?
Yep. Now I'm running a green light post. Run away!
Why does it run so fast? What the fuck? Hang Dude, you should see both of these light posts are bent and that like bent over. And I was like, dude, there's no way that's a real light post. Then I see you fucking...
Oh no!
Oh, that was funny as shit.
Damn. Yep. We got caught in a little rock corner over here.
Appreciate you too, man. What? I'm gonna go use the little samurai's room real quick.
The little samurai's room. Oh, that's funny.
All damage. It's coming at you, Tim. Get his ass. Come on, we got him. There we go. There we fucking go.
Motherfucking got him.
I'm so pissed off I took fall damage coming off that hill.
I slid down and I said attack because I was like,
I took fall damage and the storm came behind me and knocked my ass out.
alright, y'all. It's like,
Yeah, that got them down pretty fast.
Alright, they're all at higher than 50% health.
It got them down for a second, then they came back up. I'm gonna flip that.
that was a nice assist that I just did. Holy crap. Quit hopping, Jane. Ooh. Oh my gosh, that missed. Of course it did. I take it back. My aiming skills still.
I'll be your mermaid. About to be 4. Five or 4. Woohoo! Whoa! 6 in a row! 7 in a row! Motherfucker!
Okay.
8 in a row! This is my turf! Try and kill me! I just fucking murked everybody. I'm still alive. Ah! I'm on fire. Ah, I died.
Yeah! We're out here fucking, Tim! God damn!
Oh, we're fucking people up. Ooh, I got the jitters after that one.
Ooh, my dick is so hard. We handled business at the end that time.
Oh yeah.
All the shots were landing. I shot that dude out of the air, by the way. I don't know if you
Without Tim complaint. How about that?
that's true. Okay, that all of that tracks.
Very true.
You know what's really cool?
Like, I gotta go now if I gotta move the point, but
Yeah.
I think we adjusted it correctly.
We're like a dating.
Tyler's like, don't threaten me.
Dude, don't threaten me with a good pee.
So
You know,
who's supposed to join?
you know what's cool? Vader. Okay. Right there.
Now I'm working the striking.
How'd you get upset on the goalie?
As I went to the hot, like advanced, like try to block like all the aerials and stuff.
That's your fault.
Well, I tried to do something nice, Tim.
Well, I can't even do that shit. I got some serious sandwich action going on right here, so take your time.
Said what?
I said I got some serious sandwich action going on over here, so take your time.
That's why it took you so long.
Mm-hmm.
And I got my burger. I haven't ate. Ooh. God.
All right, halfway done.
I need to come at an angle. Said what?
I said halfway done.
Said serious sandwich action, and then you eat the whole thing in 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't hungry.
Oh my gosh. I'm trying to get the ones that you set up. I'm just trying to get that in the goal, man.
That training, usually like game training, is like stupid and pointless. But Rocket League's game training actually does help a lot. And if you hit L1, it resets that strike.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I've been resetting the same shot 10 times in a row now. Oh God, Stan, how do you do that? How do you jump over it?
Okay, I'm ready to roll.
Huh?
Ready to roll. You keep going.
Oh, we're searching as I'm playing.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh man. Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's a good start.
We've never scored first on that.
And he tried. He was trying to boost it up so it went above the goal. All right, I'll be on the right. There we go. Oh, we're kicking it right now. There we go. Ooh.
Thank gosh, I had no boost.
All right, setting you up.
No.
Oh no, long shot. No. Yes. Damn it.
1-1. We're good. We're okay.
I think we can beat these guys.
Yeah, this is like more our speed. Watch we win these guys and then we find some other source.
Some fucking sweats.
Yeah.
All right, I'm hitting it to the left. Okay. I mean, technically still left. Oh, that bitch.
That was good defense. Oh, cut me up.
There we go. Oh my fucking god. There we go.
Nope.
Okay. Hit it. Nice. Boost into it.
I don't have any boost.
Okay.
Just driving.
Flipping into it also does the same thing.
Oh, okay. Who's now?
Yeah! Yeah! Oh.
No.
Oh my fuck. He knew. He knew. He knows. He knows. Alright, right there. Yes. Alright, setting you up. Yes! Gustavo!
We did it.
We did it!
Look at that. I had my first goal.
Nice. That was a good,
Like,
dude.
with
That was a
you
good
on some
combo.
real shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Hey, Justin, how's it going, man? It's been a while. Oh. Delphin! Oh, fuck you.
I was going for it too.
Stealth mode engaged.
He can go fuck himself. All right.
Kill him, kill him.
There we go, there we
kill
go,
him
there we
faster.
go.
Kill
No,
him, kill him.
no. All right, there we go. We're good. Oh shit! I basically set him up.
Nope. I got it.
Oh. Nice, nice.
You know? Defense. Oh, never mind.
I heard him coming from behind me. All right, setting you up now. Oh. I'm like a trash bag floating in the wind. There we go.
Good shit. Both missed it.
All right.
Oh. Oh, good hit.
Oh, I missed. All right, I'm hitting it hard in the wall. Oh, never mind. He's gonna get it first. Okay. Actually, that helped.
Look at that. I guess that goalie training did help a little
Set
bit.
up. Set up. Set up. That's okay.
Oh.
We need more striker training.
But no cigar.
Coming in hot.
Oh, no.
I fly swatted him. Oh no. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're fuck me. Go, go, go.
I got it.
Just keep it away from our goal. Just keep it away from our goal.
We're good. We won. Look at that.
That was
We
a good set.
won.
That was actually a good setup. I could have came in there. All right. Wheel waggle.
Look at that. We won.
Nice.
I didn't think we'd win this game or this session.
Yeah. How's it going, Justin, man? How have you been? All right, let's win again, dude. That was great. I think it's our setups, dude. We're actually like trying to do that now.
I guess that training did help a little bit, huh?
Oh yeah. All right, I'm shooting it to the left. So the person kicking it off basically hits it, then goes back to the goal. The person behind the goal takes it from there. Oh, he got me to the right.
Have to reverse.
Okay, I think these guys are our speed as well. Coming in hot.
No, that was just good defense, dude. You
Oh,
gotta
shit.
give me that one. I think these guys are our speed as well.
All right, go for it. You ball hard,
There we go.
bitch.
You. Did I ball hog that or did you?
I believe you ball hogged it. It was my turn.
Oh, God.
There we go.
Get that out of there. Yeah, set me up, orange team. Oh, yeah.
All right, I'm going for it.
Oh.
Oh. Fuck.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to shoot it right.
Yeah, that was.
And it went directly left. Oh, fuck. I tried to set it up for you. I mean... it's- there we go. All right, setup. That's a clean fucking setup, too.
Oh, no.
I'm going back.
Damn. Just always like a hair off. Keep it forget.
There we go. Come on. Oh, shit. They burnt us. They burnt us. Nope, 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 nope. Good. No, no, no. I need a soundtrack of all of my fucking Rocket League sounds. Some of them are very sexual.
You get your moderators to do it. Nice.
Nice. That was actually a good setup. Ooh.
Oh no! Get that in.
Ah, fuck! I tried to dribble it in. There wasn't enough momentum. All you?
Oh, I fucked up. Oh, never mind. No, oh, I did. Oh, I guess I didn't. I don't know.
You're like, maybe?
Oh, fuck.
Ah, they missed. Coming in hot?
No, wrong way. There we go.
There we go. Fuck yeah.
Look at Tim with the aerial.
Fuck yeah. That's a wall shot, dude. There's pros that can't even do that.
You were fucking not hitting that on the wall. That was, man, you were riding that thing. You hit that thing doggy style, boy.
Yeah, Rocket League's very sexual. Ooh.
Give me that. Give me that. Oh, I thought I hit that. That would have been cool. First cool points.
Nice. Set me up.
It's there. There we go,
Yeah, teamwork. All right.
I was dribbling that thing.
That was fucking great, dude. Great setup. You were fighting for your life. Hell yeah. All right, got it. I got it. I got it.
Okay.
Oh, I fucking missed. Ah.
Oh, they burned me.
No, it's okay. They went too high anyways. Oh.
Could be. Oh, good shot.
Long shot.
Breathe, bad computer.
I'm gonna make them rewatch this. All right, I'm hitting it to the left. No, to the right. Whatever the team, his teammate goes, I do the opposite. Okie dokie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh. I blocked him, so you got a shot. Or you can set me. Oh. Good defense. Holy shit.
All right, set up.
No.
That's okay.
God.
If he was paying attention, I set him the fuck up.
Block that.
Oh, I didn't have to.
Or 2 in a row, dude.
Yeah, high five.
A high five.
There is actually a high five in this game where I flip upside down and our hoods smack each other.
Oh. Oh, they want to ready again? All right, let's do this.
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's try to get your things done. So let's do a. I think we're doing it in 2v2 right now, but you have some like objectives to do before we can do competitive. I'm on the left. Uh-oh. Get that out of there. Get that out of there. Oh, good job. There you go.
Oh, yeah. Haunted.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we were fighting for our life right there.
So these guys are good at ground play. So what we need to do is get it up in the air.
They're the same guys.
They're the same guys? Oh,
Yeah.
let's fuck these up. Let's fuck these guys up twice, dude.
I was like, if you weren't aware, they asked for the rematch too.
Set up. Oh shit, he got me. No.
I hit him, so it gave you time. There.
I saw him coming. There we go. All right. Oh, he broke rule 1. So if you ever get nose to nose with a player, and you guys both can't move, basically, fuck. Rule 1 is that you have to keep hitting. You have to keep driving into them, and you both are like locked, and it becomes a 1v1.
Oh.
But he fucking flipped out of it, little bitch. All right, this is how it started last time. All right, let's crank it. Let's crank it up and put a smack on him. Damn.
I thought I hit that with my tail.
They are bumping me so hard.
They just bumped the fuck out of me, dude.
Yeah, well, at least I demoed him.
All right, come on now.
All right, we gotta kick it into gear. I thought I got that.
Yeah, really good defense last time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, unflip me. God damn it.
They can't do aerials very well. They've just stared at it at the fucking... Go. So, that's my bad. I didn't tell you where to sit. So, there's like the reverse corner. I don't know if that makes sense to you. There we go. No.
Oh.
So, watch me for a second. Whenever I go up there, I'm going to show you kind of where to sit for setups. I'm hitting the ball first. There we go. All right, setting up. All right, so look at me real quick. Right here. This is a good spot for setups. So like the inverse corner. Oh shit. Shit.
Blocked it.
All right.
Got that thing.
No.
Get me off of the fucking wall. God damn.
Oh no! I thought I got that. That bitch. Oh no. They're gonna smoke us.
All right.
I might have made that in for them. Where you're sitting right now, but on the opposite side is like usually where you want to wait for setups. There we go. Nice. Good attempt.
Fighting for it.
All right, set up. Myself? Oh, fuck me. Hey! All right, now it starts.
Yeah.
Nice.
You almost blocked my shot.
Okay.
There we go. Long shot. Right in there, baby.
All right, 3 more. 24 seconds. That's exactly 7 seconds per. Tim Healy's about to show the fuck up. Oh, I thought they got that. Go, 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 go! Flip into it! Oh, I was the bitch that fucking stopped that one.
You fucked it up.
I did. We would have won if it wasn't for me.
We would have scored another point.
You want to play them again or no?
I'm down to play them again. They suck.
It's a safer bet.
Than any randoms. Vote rematch. Ready.
On.
Are we playing those guys again?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll be on the right.
The reason I know is that Aiden Hampton guy. Do that.
Okay. All right.
I'm him.
I'm him. My fucking camera froze. I need to fix it. There we go. We let you win last time.
I just watched you do everything. Sat in the back. The setup.
All you?
Oh damn.
Oh
A little too
me!
hard.
Aw. Set up. Ah. All right, set up. Hard. Might set up myself. Yep.
I was like, good, because I 2% boost.
They're like, huh, what's going on? We smushed him last time. Nah, bitches, we're doing 0 to 7.
thought I was about to hit that. About to be super cool.
Set up.
Oh, I was a little too early.
Nah. He fucking pinned me. In the goal.
Oh.
Dude, watch this shit. I'm on the left. Oh, fuck me. Well,
Oh,
okay.
yeah?
Okay. Ooh, I'm glad I missed that one.
Look at that defense. It was almost
Shut
turned
up.
into the wrong offense.
Whew.
Hell yeah. Tap it in with your little stain.
This is a Dodge Challenger, thank you very much.
No, but I know. Oh. Got views right there.
Hey,
There we
that's
go.
that's the spirit.
Damn. Oh. Get off of the wall. I hate the wall.
Oh fuck, that was so close.
I went under it and I didn't know what to do.
That dude sure likes to get in my fucking way, doesn't he? I fucking tried to fake him. Yeah, they don't know what to do with it in the air. Oh.
Oh, should I steal it from you?
Yeah, it's okay. All right, I got it. Oh. Hey, good defense. Nice. It's going straight for our goal right now.
Oh, fuck. Get me out of this.
Damn it.
Oh, damn.
I fucking... I did that.
Okay, it is 4-3. We need to...
Tighten up. Yeah. Watch this shit. The shame.
Hell yeah, Tim. Look at you scoring goals for the
Scoring
team.
goals. Ooh. Ooh. Make it. Make it.
No. No, I fucked up. Set up.
I am nowhere near.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I was,
Where's the
but
ball?
not in a good position.
Oh. Good defense.
Oh, it's gonna come down. Perfect setup.
Oh. Oh.
Oh! Fuck me. There we go. All right, we're gonna win. We're gonna win. We're gonna win. Hit that shit. Pinch.
Again.
Yes. Woo.
A traitor, 1 own goal. Look at you.
Fuck yeah. All right, you want to do threes?
I mean, we can.
All right. I hate playing threes if I'm by myself, but if I have at least one more person that I'm talking to, it's all right. Real quick, check your shit that you gotta do.
By what?
Hit R1.
Complete all of them. All new drivers, stage 1, 2, 3. I need to complete the goalie training.
This is how you get free shit. And for you can't go into competitive until you complete all those, all 4 stages.
That's gay.
I've got a shit ton to claim. Jesus. All right, there we go. All right, how many stages do you have left?
I have 3. I'm doing the goalie, like the rookie goalie one
Okay.
right now, just so I can get out of stage 1.
All right, I'm gonna go open my balls.
You're gonna open your balls?
Yeah, you get little surprise balls in the rewards for the doing the shit.
I was confused.
Blind us go. Oh shit. All right. That looks pretty clean. Ooh, I like that. The shattered goal explosion. Oh,
The what?
shit. The shattered goal explosion. It's in the shop right now, and I fucking want it. It's 2,500, so it's basically $25. Yeah. Things are expensive in this game. You'll eventually get it for free though, if you play the seasons. So, because it's like a mystery box. You get like random items, and they can be rare ones, they can be casual, whatever.
I witnessed one. Now I'm on stage 2.
Oh, that's cool.
Play 3 online matches in the 2v2 playlist. Play
Didn't we-
7 online matches.
Haven't we-
Win 3 online matches.
So we gotta win one more.
Oh no, this is all new, so I gotta do all those. Like it was never.
Gotcha. All right, let's do it. You said you need 2v2 or 3v3?
2v2.
All right, let's do some 2v2. So we gotta win 3 more. Yay.
See all this hail that's been going on everywhere around everything but Colorado?
Yeah. Oh, we had some hail. Yeah, a little bit.
I didn't mean to kill him.
Don't worry, I've got you covered. I've got a guy. Don't touch anything. Don't call anyone. There we go. Well, all right.
Thank you, I guess.
Yeah!
Good fucking defense. They have to be mad about that one.
Yeah, they are. Yo, dude, how about that fucking defense? Holy shit. All right, set up.
Oh.
That's okay. I set myself up to apparently help them. There we go.
There you go. It's all you, Tim. Oh.
Yeah, they have a fucking camper goalie. All you. Long shot. Damn it. We're actually going toe to toe with these guys. I should have went for the shot. I thought he was sitting in the goal. Oh fuck, make it back. Make it back now. There we go. Hit it. Nice. 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 Set it up for me. Oh.
Fuck, I was right there with it, dude. Trying.
So close. I was too slow, dude. Shit. There we go. Oh no. Let's head straight for the goal. Hey! That works. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Nice. Oh.
Oh, you fucked up. I was gonna. I had that. I had that.
Damn. Now say something.
Right in the, it was right in the middle. I was just quiet. I was trying to focus.
Communication. Ooh, we both whiffed. Dude, if we lose 0 to fucking 1, it was a good game, to be honest. Long shot. Come on. Come on. Damn it. Fuck you, announcer. All right. All right. Get it up.
Oh. In there. Let's go, Tim.
I should have left it alone and let you get the score.
It's fine. I
didn't want to risk it. Dude, they fucked themselves. All right.
Oh shit.
Now the real game starts at 31 seconds. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Oh wait.
Go back, go back, go back. Oh shit. Oh, nope, nope. No, 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 fuck! I was in a very bad position. Watch me, dude. I'm like, nope, nope, nope,
I tried to hit his.
There's nothing I could have done on that side of the ball other than shoot it in.
All right, we need to score in 9 seconds.
All right, field goal. Field goal. Oh! Hit it! Hit it! Hit it! Hit it! Oh my fucking god!
Man, if I was slightly better at this game, we would have hit that.
Man, if I was slightly better, they better be glad I'm not slightly better.
They better be. Boy.
Yeah, I'll rematch these fools. This is actually
need that rematch.
Yeah, this is a good matchup.
Oh, you cunts. They loved it.
Ah, those fuckers. Oh yeah, I have to ready up. All right. Yeah, try to bulldoze it.
Okay.
Oh no, I missed. Oh no, oh my god. That was on me.
You see flying across the screen.
Yep. Fuck me. I'm a plastic bag in the wind, dude. I'm in their goal right now.
Please get that, Tim.
Yep. Get it. Never mind, I saw him going. All right, follow it up. I exploded my body. So they couldn't see.
That boost. I'm gonna get that. Oh yeah.
Okay, they've got a good. They've got a guy that can get in the air. Get out of here.
Oh, thanks the Lord. I don't know how you got that.
All skill, baby. Oh, that bitch. He bumped me on purpose. Oh, he thought I was gonna hit it in. He was waiting for it too. All right. Sure.
All right, keep doing that. Keep doing that. Oh yeah. Good shit.
They set that whole thing up.
Look at that. Yeah, look at the whole assist from them. Oh, good shot.
Yeah. To the right. Nice. I'm following you.
Good shit.
Oh,
fuck.
they got me. They got us. Ooh, they don't got us.
They missed.
Hurry.
They missed. I got it. Okay, fuck me. God damn,
Dude,
I can't do shit.
Look at me on the ground. Look what I'm doing. Fucking bumper car in this dude. I saw him try to do the setup, and I was like, nah.
Damn. Oh.
All right, that works. It'll come back. Ooh. He can try. Oh, he did try. He did pretty good, actually. Oh, the backwards.
Oh no.
Mine! Oh man, I tried to long shot it.
Yeah, dribble that over here. Dribble that
Okay.
over.
Oh, boom! Into the goal. Into the goal.
Dribble it.
Oh, nice. Nice. I'm going up for it. All you?
Oh, I missed it. I just got down from the ground. I was trying to figure out everything.
I was trying to figure out where the world was.
Yeah.
All you? Take it over.
Oh, can't do it.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Fucking missed it. Shouldn't have tried a fancy defense.
Oh hell yeah! Look at that defense.
I love games like this where it's like tight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm frozen.
I lost a service too.
Did they DOS us?
The lag switches.
If we both got lag, I think they DOSed us. Don't quit, because there's a penalty. Let it kick you out.
Oh, I got kicked out. Did you?
Yeah, I got kicked out too. Your connection
okay.
to the game timed out. Okay, it didn't count as a thing, I don't think. All right,
That's a win.
that's a win. That's a win. I actually think we would have won that.
I think we should have.
Oh, hold on. Let me fix my camera. Don't spill my kratom.
Did you're making kratom?
No. That's headphones off.
Yeah, that shit's wild. I ain't never seen that before.
hold on. Can't hear you yet. Okay. So, I'm back. Had to move around my shit. Then I have to turn off my light, but I'm just fixing my camera. I had it wire connected, and now I'm just gonna have a Wi-Fi connected. Like that. And also I had a side profile, so I saw all my fucking neck beard the entire time, so I put it in front of me. Yeah, that's way better. Hey, watch it. You might find yourself wanting to stream as well. It's actually pretty cool, dude. And you can make some money doing it. Yeah, that's a better look on me. Okay, cool. I said, watch out. You might start wanting to stream at some point. All right, I'm gonna turn off my light. One sec. Okay, I'm back. I'm ready to roll. I'm not looking at my fucking side neck anymore. That's fucking great. Perfect. Okay. And back to it. Are you want to play twos?
I still got 2 for 2.
Simple.
Since that one didn't even count as a round.
It didn't? Ah, fuck.
No, because we left it early.
Right back. Whew, I made it. I've had to run downstairs and get my Zims for 5 games. Alrighty. Let's fucking whomp these people.
Oh, it's me? Shit.
No, I was just faking them out, yeah.
Oh, that was you. Okay, yeah.
There we go. Look at that teamwork. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing over here. All right, I got it.
Oh fuck! Thank you, Tim. Oh god.
Ah shit.
No.
Yeah, that didn't count. That was a shit show. That entire thing was a shit show.
What the fuck was that?
I want a Homer Simpson fucking gamer tag. What the
You
fuck?
literally, you left me to 1v2 them. God damn it!
I know.
And I'm terrible at the game. I usually leave you to do that.
Oh, so close.
Got you.
The one thing that will make you instantly better, by the way, is oh shit, that was set up. Sorry. The one thing that'll make you instantly better is what's it called? Fucking
Hit that.
oh, I would have made it. It's what the fuck is it called? Goddamn. Not being burnt, to going back super fast. What the fuck is that called? I forgot. Oh, I almost dunked it on him.
We all went for that.
I'm having the biggest fucking brain fart I've ever had in my... Oh, nice defense.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, shit. Yes. Yes. You see how I'm, like, getting behind you every time? Like, we're switching back and forth guarding the goal?
No, I'm just looking at the ball, trying to guard the.
I'll say it instinctively and know what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah. It's trying to go back as fast as possible. That's what I'm trying to say. No.
Fuck.
God damn it. I can't think of the word. I've said it to you
Well,
a million times.
Thinking about the word and think about the defense. I don't know.
Well, anyways, being ready to fucking go backwards. Oh no.
Tim.
That was you. That was your kickoff. What are you talking about?
I'm blaming you.
You bitch.
No, that was my fault.
All right, get ready. Damn. Nice. Oh.
Oh. No.
Nice.
So,
Hit it. Oh, nice. I didn't get off it in time. Damn it.
they're like good, but they're not good.
Right. That's the most frustrating ones. Oh. They're kind of like me. No. I need to ask ChatGPT what this fucking word is.
So what?
What's it called in Rocket League?
Hold on, we got one.
Yep.
No.
Okay, good. Nice. Oh. Chat, help me out. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, are you getting the disconnect thing again?
Yeah. What the fuck? Is it my internet? Well, it doesn't count as a loss.
Well, they're still going.
No, they're just going in circles.
Yeah, I got lagged out.
I'm gonna make you the
Hey,
party
well, at
leader.
least it's not counting as losses.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna promote you to party leader real quick. There you go. Now the
party
internet. Yeah. Well, actually, no. It's still based off of me. I'm gonna leave the party, then you invite me to yours. How the fuck do I leave a party? Well, I'm just gonna restart the game.
Yeah, dude, to go on. I think there's a. Hold on.
Too late.
Oh, or do that. Said, well, fuck this. I'm leaving the game. Right.
There we go.
Hello, motherfucker.
Need me to send another invite?
I believe I went on it. One second. Somebody is. Well, hello, motherfucker.
Oh,
Justin. Okay. Your party leader. It should be based off of your Wi-Fi. I think I'm having Wi-Fi problems. I've had like 3 outages.
and my people, right?
Huh?
And my people, right? Like the people that are like my level.
No, I think it's based off of the highest one in the party. Maybe. I don't know. If they like royally suck,
Where's the RZ clan? Wait a minute, what?
Yeah. Lots of stuff to do tomorrow. All right, Justin, you have a good night, man. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I'm officially back. I will be playing. I'm gonna try to get a schedule going, mainly Fridays, I think. Get that shit out of here. There we go. Oh, it's going towards the goal. Oh, we're both on the wrong side of this. Recover. It's called recover. Recovering. Oh my gosh, why couldn't I fucking think? I was like flashback, jackback, toast. I couldn't fucking think of it.
Oh, okay, take that from me.
I mean, it did get all the way across.
I hit that guy out the way. Oh no.
Nice. Oh, what the fuck?
I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. Get ready! Oh, it was too fast for me.
I got it.
Oh, this dude's fucking bumping me.
No. Get that, I'm bumping him. I hit them both.
Fighting them both with my hands. Oh shit! Hit it! Hit it! Yes!
Damn.
I thought you got that. Oh, I want to watch this.
I fucking did it. I did the
Use your
I
words.
can't even speak. Oh fuck, okay. I did the dash in the gate and then I dashed into my wall in real life. As I was trying to get the ball.
Dude, I do that shit too. Fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. 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 Fuck.
Daddy's got you, don't worry. Right
Get out
there.
my way, Daddy. Fuck. Yes.
No, I'm there. Oh, I'm not there anymore.
Oh, I'm lagging. Lagging hard. Oh, do you have your shit set to US Central?
I don't know. I think so.
We need to look at that next time. It's probably on automatic. Oh, they forfeit.
Oh,
Okay.
look at that. High five.
All right, let's go back to the main menu real quick. Check your settings and make sure you have it hard set, because automatic means it's gonna do it all over the fucking world.
Oh, now we'll just get raped.
Yeah, we just want to. No, well, it'll be laggy.
Gameplay.
Settings. Oh wait, no. You go to play first, and then you go to in this menu. Is that right? Yeah, then you hit casual. Then I thought it was something here. It used to be here. Hold on, let me try to find it for you. Settings. Yeah, tournament, schedule region, camera controls interface. Hey, Goofy Gabbler, is there a new way to set us to US Central? Do we go to play first and then casual? I thought it used to be right here, but this is now just arenas. It should be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Maybe I can't because I'm not the party leader. Hey, yeah. Gustavo.
What?
Hit play, then hit casual. Then on the top right, there should be an area to change the
regions.
Ah, there we go. Yeah. There we go.
All right.
Nice.
Cool. Ta-da.
Goofy Gobbler, you saved our lives.
I was just testing you guys. I was testing you and your chat, dude. That's what I was doing.
You see that? Hey, by the way, Goofy, this is Gustavo. He's going to be on my stream from now on. I want you to judge him harshly.
Oh, I suck, so.
As a person.
Oh. I was like, on the game, man, is the shoe. Come on now. Look at that defense.
Nice.
Look at that defense.
Put all of your body in the way.
It's like I knew how to play the game.
All you?
Oh no. Yeah.
I'm just gonna let you guys figure that out. Ah, that wasn't going in anyways.
Oh. 56. Get it? Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
Oh, nice. Good defense. I need boost. 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 There we go. Oh, you missed. Get that shit.
Up there.
Yep.
Oh.
Nice. You are getting better rapidly, so that's pretty cool. You're like excelling like a 12-year-old would.
That's how you know I'm good at games. Oh, shit, baby.
Goal!
Look at that, and I got the assist even though I didn't do nothing. I hit it to the top of the ceiling and it you know, I did things.
Yeah, I did things.
Oh, that's you, Tim.
Nah, I'm in the sub spot.
Damn, that's you. I told you.
I thought you meant go grab it from the wall. I was like, nah, I'm staying down here. I like that I blow up the Death Star every single time I make a shot. To the right. Okie doke.
Right in there. Oh, give me that. Get that.
I missed. There you go. I'm just gonna.
It's you.
I'm just gonna set it up over here. Setting it up.
Okay.
Yeah. No momentum. I don't have any boost. There we go. Full boost. By the way, did you know that you can see how much boost I have?
It's
by it's the circle, but it's the circle by my name.
Nope. Nope.
All right. Alrighty.
Thank you. Oh my lord.
Now, brother. Yes. No, brother.
Yeah, I fucking came out the woodwork.
Hell yeah. Dude, we are smoking these guys. Fucking rolling the moat, licking their fucking papers, and goddamn smoking them.
I got you. Never mind.
I was back in boost. Oh no!
No. Oh fuck.
So there's a thing where they dribble it and then they pop it up on their hood and bounce it up. Watch. Boom. And
I was right
yeah.
there. I was trying to curve it.
He got me.
Curve it.
All right, I'm on the left. Okay.
Good, we're good. Oh, I messed that up.
That's okay. And up in the back. There we go. Oh, perfect setup. Nice. Yes. Yes. Two
That
goals.
that was a cool score. I didn't think I would score that. Look at that.
Nice. Dude, that's a directional shot. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You turned into the shot. Yeah, always fucking just point your stick towards the goal. You were kind of up inside my asshole right there, but all right. No!
Good defense, team.
I tried. He knows my weakness. He knows it. Just pop it a little up. Yep. And now he's gonna try. Now he's gonna try to fake me and keep it to the ground. I'm gonna be like flying through the air. I'm gonna let you guys figure that out.
No, you can't.
Nah,
Don't let us figure it out, please.
He's all right.
You.
Oh, I missed. Fuck.
Damn. Fuck.
No. 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 All right.
30
all right.
seconds. Keep
We
it
got
away.
Yeah. Yeah. At one point it was 4-1.
Yeah.
They feel empowered right now.
Influencer. Look at that guy.
Nice.
Same as Obadiah.
All right, I'm going to the left.
Good shit. Cool. Oh, dang.
Oh, I missed. We just gotta keep them busy.
Oh, it's lagging again, dude.
Oh no. No. Are you fucking kidding me?
This was such a good game.
I know, we were gonna win.
Oh my gosh.
No.
I did things I've never done in my life on this game.
Oh my god. Oh my
And it's
god.
not gonna count.
No. There was only 30 seconds left, so maybe.
Hurts.
No.
I didn't
What
count.
the hell is going on here? Switch me back to party leader. I think it's I think Rocket League is lagging itself. They might be doing server updates. They're gonna piss a lot of people off.
The party leader.
That was a kick in the balls.
Oh, so if you want current party, you know, on the bottom left, where it'll have like me right there, and it'll say invite players.
Yeah.
That little circle with the
Oh yeah,
cross
yeah.
on it. If you
Nice.
click that, you leave it.
So, oh, hold on one second. Club. Go roster. Invite to club. There you go. Accept that invitation. You're gonna see something pretty cool. Let me know when you accept it.
Club invite.
Nice. All right, now we have team colors.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And we play in club matches.
Oh. We're probably gonna get our ass beat.
Well, no, our cars color change. Oh, the colors of our cars change. There we go. Yeah.
Our car's color change.
Our car's color change. Not all players connected. Okay, there we go. But only if they also are a club. Yeah, see, we are pink.
Oh, established 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right over there.
There we go. All right, get ready. Oh, so close, so close. He got it. He knew what we were doing. All right, now I feel like we're official. I got it.
Oh, thank you. Oh, he just did I don't know.
A leapfrog. Go, 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 go!
No. Oh, my God.
I'm dribbling for my life right now. Yes.
Oh, thank God, Tim.
Dude.
Oh, man. I missed it all. Thank God he cleaned up.
Yeah, I was fighting for my life. Fucking corner boxing.
See that, Chad? If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have hit that.
Yeah. Made it. Oh, you bitch. You fucking shot stealing bitch.
I thought that was a setup.
No, that was a shot.
Look at that.
I mean, that was pretty fucking clean. I'm not gonna lie.
You know what I'm saying?
That was fucking clean. I'm not gonna lie.
That's why I was like, oh, that's a setup.
To the right. Okay, he missed it. Set up. Never mind.
Nice. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I fucked us.
I got it.
No, you don't. You got me.
I got it. 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 Oh,
Apparently, I got it.
dude, look at you. You're really helping out the other team.
Yeah, no, I should put on a pink or orange jersey.
Look at that. Oh. Clean from your nose.
Right? Okay. I can't kick off to save his life. Oh! Oh, I thought I was about to do something I've never done before. This is a setup.
Oh, no.
So close.
Literally centimeters as I got boomed. Oh, I'm coming back for revenge.
Coming back hard. Every single person just hit that ball. There we go. Oh, I missed.
Okay.
Fucking missed. Oh, I got this. I got this. I got it.
Please,
Set up, set up,
Please
set
take
up,
it.
set up, set up. Very good setup.
No.
There we go.
I was like, do you? No.
Oh.
I'm just missing them. Flip me over, goddamn.
I didn't know I could go supersonic backwards. All right, this is a setup.
Oh,
Well,
he blocked me.
you boomed him. No! Oh,
All right,
So-
all right, all right.
so fucking close.
Naquito.
Little Nacho. Pinch.
Fuck is a pinch?
When we both hit it at the same time and it goes at the speed of supersonic.
Oh.
If we get a good 45-degree angle pinch on it, dude, that thing goes 118 miles per hour. That dude just gave me the biggest boost. Oh, dude, that's all you. That is all. Never mind.
Oh. Goodbye.
Ooh. 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 Okay. Oh no. No.
No.
Get that out of there. Get that out of there. Get that out of there. Get it out of there. Yes. Yes.
You like that defense? That was cool.
Yes. Nice. All you. Oh.
Oh. What the hell did I do? Did I just hit it up top of me?
Yes, you did. You bumped it. Oh no. There we go. I just got saved for that. Oh. Oh, we could go. Oh. 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 No.
No.
Fucking stole right by the game. Oh man, their buttholes are so puckered up right now. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Say, oh. Oh, Tim. No, Tim.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even have ball cam on until the last second. That was going in anyways.
You hit it in.
Oh no, that was going in anyways. Fuck. I'm gonna go get some water.
Oh,
Go
we
back.
should rematch these fools.
Okay, all right. For sure. He left the match.
Oh.
I'm gonna grab some water, be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Dana White was like, if you we could box.
Wait, what happened?
The commissioner of the UFC, he wants to talk shit.
Huh.
And he said that you can box and all this shit. Man, you sit down on your ass and play poker and make $1 million. You ain't hitting nobody.
Hmm.
You're gonna go ahead and call your UFC fighter to hit somebody for you. What are those 3 little diamonds on the top? Like, Okay, Tim. Oh. Okay, Tim.
There we go. What 3 diamonds on the top?
Start off like that.
What 3 diamonds on the top?
When we first start. Oh, I missed it.
I sacrificed my body for the cause.
We're good. I just got beat up.
By me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Up all night to the fun. I'm up all night to get lucky. Hey, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, okay, Tim.
It demoralizes them when I pull fancy shit. Yeah, you thought you were gonna block me, bitch? You ain't blocking me. Oh no.
No way.
No way. Yeah, I know.
Look at that. Look at us right there.
He was just a little quicker. Mine. Oh! Nice. All you, as clean as it can get. He blocked you.
I got sat down. I went up and it went straight down.
Dude, I kick my leg sometimes or like jerk my head whenever I'm trying to do something.
Yeah, I jerked my head into the wall 5 times. That's why I was laughing when I hit that shot. I was like, oh man, I hit the shot and I also hit my head.
All you. Yeah, don't be so close.
All you, maybe.
Yeah.
Hey, dribble master.
You fucking know it. Dude, watch this shit. Watch this shit. Bonk. Missed. Nice. That's in.
Good shot.
Dylan's fucking pissed.
He said thanks.
I'm on the right. Get some boost. I got it. Oh no, it's going for a goal. Bonk it. Oh, nice bonk!
Got you.
Nice bonk!
Oh, you know, that's the only thing I could have done. Did it once. Oh, good shit.
Ah!
Oh, did I not? I thought I hit it forward.
No, you hit it up. It's like putting it on a tee, like T-ball.
Oh, I sacrificed myself for the cause.
All right, get ready, Mr. Cause. It's all you.
I was already sacrificing myself.
I know. I know. All right, rainbow. So a rainbow is a defensive tactic. Oh no.
Oh. All right. We need to score or not let them score. Preferably score.
Preferably score. I'll be on your right. Hit it on the left of the wall.
Oh.
Alright, is he playing tennis with himself, or what are you doing? Alright, get ready. I'm about to set it up. I'm gonna try to anyway. Yeah! Alright.
Thank the Lord.
Alright. Overtime.
All right, you got it.
To the left.
On your right.
Yes!
Good fucking goal. Wow.
Fuck yeah.
Way to do the damn thing, Tim. Carrying me to victory.
Well, you blocked about 27 shots, so I say it's both our victories.
Oh shit.
Nice, dude. Fuck yeah. One for Flex Nation.
Yeah, shit. Yeah, I know that. That lot. I will say that one. That one block was tough. I sat right on that goal, man. It was 2 centimeters away from going in. You got to ready up.
Oh, my bad. Oh, he's got a new teammate. Say, what do you think of Rocket League? Think you can get into it?
I could get into it.
Nice.
And what about a new teammate? Need a new teammate?
Yeah, yeah, he got a new teammate. I don't know what I was trying to do just then, but it wasn't that. Do you see how far back I am right now? All right, all right. Oh, starting to lag. Intimidation. Get it? My name's Tim.
Yes.
Yes. You bitch! You fucking bitch! You gold stealing bitch!
I guided it. Look. It wasn't gonna go in.
I was gonna get it! I was right there!
My bad.
It's all good, dude. We got it in. Oh, that was funny. I missed. I knew I missed before I even fucking jumped. Get set up. Right there. You're too close.
Oh. I thought I hit it with my butt.
Ah, damn it.
Dang. That's a fucking good song. I gotta put that on like every time I score.
I can't hear theirs.
Yeah, it was like, she's up all night to get some. I'm up all night to get lucky.
Yeah, that's why I don't, because the copyright.
Yeah, no, I'm just, yeah.
But yeah, no, I wish I could. Ah, shit, I just set him the fuck up. Oh no.
Oh,
Why do I keep fucking scoring for the other team?
Look, man, I thought you felt bad for me, team, not the other teams that we play against.
Yeah, I think me scoring for them is worse than you missing a goal. Ooh, I thought that went in.
Oh no.
No. All right, 3 minutes. We can do anything in 3 minutes.
Shots in 3 minutes. Defense.
I'm on your right. Oh no, he burnt me. Yeah, Dylan's got it.
God dang.
That's all right. We can still get it. Zoom. I'm a giraffe. All right, ball cam is coming off. Time to dribble.
Oh, good shot.
Nice.
That was just a good angled shot from the jump. Just that.
Right side. Should have known better. Ball cam needs to come off. Urgh. So I dribble a lot better if I don't have ball cam on, because if I'm like facing the ball at all times, I get like fucked up. I still think we can win.
Oh, yes. Did I set it up?
I have to see the Insta replay. No.
Oh, I thought I did a little tap with. I thought I did a little tap with my fender, or not my fender, my, you know. I can't speak. What's wrong? Oh.
Oh fuck. They bullied me.
Good hit. Oh no, I thought you were dead. Oh, never mind.
Hit that in there.
You did.
All right, 4 to 5. Dude, I haven't looked up since it was 1 to 5.
Yeah, I haven't looked up either. Don't look back up.
No problem. On the left. Oh shit. Fuck. All right, let's do this. Got 71 seconds. 36 seconds per goal. Let's go. Actually, no, we got a minute 11 to make one goal. No, 2 goals. 1 minute. All you. All you. On me.
Oh, the reset up. I didn't like it.
Oh, too close. You're too close. Be like 30 car lengths away.
Felt like I was.
Nah, you need to be at least double
I'll
that.
just stay at half.
Yeah, a little bit closer than half, like 3/4. Nice. Hey, you were in the air. Proud papa. Oh, fuck me. Get in the right direction.
Thanks.
Oh. Think. Man. How many more games you got in you?
I got maybe 2. Because I gotta go still get your car.
10-4. I almost want to rematch them, but let's find some new guys. Fuck Dylan.
You got people in your Twitch?
Huh?
You got people in your Twitch? Your stream?
Yeah. There's a few.
You do?
Yeah. A few people that were some OGs stopped by. Usually there's about 2 or 4 watching.
Nice.
Noise. And somehow I came back better than I left at Rocket League. So every time I take a break, I'm better when I come back, and I don't understand how that works. The left or right.
Hey, I was gonna hit that asshole.
You were circling it like a drain. Are you?
Get me off the wall. I hate that.
All right, get ready. That's all you. So close.
You ass. You ass. I was literally clenched my asshole. I knew I was gonna get that. Look at me.
So these, yeah, I know.
Look at me.
He's a nice bump teammate. They're fighting each other. Once we're 3-0, then I'm just gonna be goalie, and you can 1v2 them.
Oh man, don't do that.
I mean, they're not good at all. That should do it.
One of them is the one that we played last time. He was the one who scored the 5 goals on us.
Solo Fiji? No, Dylan was the one that scored the 5 goals.
Dylan scored 2.
Huh. Well, good luck. I'm gonna kick off just because I'm on the left. All right, now I'm going back to goal. All you, buddy.
Watch this. Oh. Yeah, this is good practice, huh? 1v2.
All you, buddy. Yes, it is. I'm just gonna get it away from the goalie each time. Bonk. Bonk. Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to score.
Winner by
Yeah.
forfeit.
I think it looks pretty slick. Pink.
No.
I'm so glad that I'm getting my car fixed tomorrow, dude. Like that shit has been like worrying me, because I can feel it, like not being able to control my steering wheel as well. That's not good. Oh, dude, they're also a club. EFN.
Oh.
No. Oh, fuck me. I just hit my head on my fucking mic.
The guy's on a mission literally to just fucking like blow me up.
Boom you? Yeah.
I can see him just gunning for me.
Yeah, I tell him, I was like, hey, save some for fucking Iraq, dude. Nice. Nice recovery. All you? Got it. Shit.
Oh my god.
Shit. I fucked that up.
Yeah, he's literally just going to
Boomtown. All right, get ready. Set up. And never mind. I got exploded.
He's just gunning for me.
Fuck.
He's just hitting.
Go. Nice. Dude, he's boomed me twice. 3 times so
He's
far.
me 3 times.
Yeah, that's a bitch strategy that nobody fucking likes, but it is a mechanic in the game, so it's technically not cheating.
Get it. Oh my lord.
Fuck. That booming bitch. All right, you gotta keep your head on a swivel on that one. This is actually good practice for boom dodge. Booming bitch. God, that's annoying as fuck.
I blocked it though. We're good. Oh, are you booming whore? Damn. Gunning for you. He's gonna boom you. Watch out.
There we go. Now they're both trying to boom me.
I'm trying to boom him.
You bitch! Dude, I hate that shit so fucking much. He just boomed me on
Damn.
He boomed me on spawn. Dude, this dude can go fuck himself. All right, I'm gonna have to dodge the fuck out of him. The only way to battle that is to boom the other guy.
Yeah, I boomed one. You tried it. Almost. He's gonna boom you, watch out.
That's okay. Nah, he's trying to have to hit the ball now because he can't catch me.
Yeah. Watch out for the boom.
Yeah, he tried to get me on land. Right there! Not enough momentum.
Watch out behind you.
You don't boom me yourself.
Dodge that boom.
All you? He boomed me? Fucking bitch.
Oh, he boomed me too.
All you. When they can't play, they boom. Circling the drain.
Oh, I sacrificed my boom for you. Boom the fuck out of me.
Fucking bitches, dude. I can't. Make it, make it, make it, make it. Yes. 12 seconds. We need a kickoff shot. You have time. Shut up. Fucking booming bitches. That's not gonna fly in like better leagues because no one's ever on the ground. Dude, shoot that thing. Set me up.
Oh, I can't.
Set me up.
I couldn't. You're just gonna have to hit it.
Oh, fuck. Oh!
It should have stopped. It should have stopped.
No, they didn't touch the ground.
Oh, is that what happens?
Yeah.
Is if it touches the ground, then it's oh wow.
Yep. Let's beat these motherfuckers, dude. I got it. Oh, never mind.
Not me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Yes.
I got it. Or more like I pounced you into it.
All you.
No, I missed it. I missed it. I missed it. I missed
Okay,
it.
no worries. There we go. I'm going for it. I'm not gonna make it. Set up. Set up. Hard, good setup, dude.
No. My head into the wall again.
He's having to serious up. No. No. Fuck. See, they stopped the booming shit whenever they got to the very end because they're like, oh shit, it's not working. They've gotten used to it.
Yeah, because we just kept fucking moving around.
That shit pisses me off more than anything. Fuck you, always on
Oh,
bulk.
you fucking Jew. Of course you were a Jew.
God damn it. I would like to say that it's Timbo Flex, loves all nationalities and religions, and the person that I'm playing with is, you know, not affiliated nor speaks for me on my stream. You can say whatever you want, just not the N-word.
Yeah.
Fuck those guys,
play
dude.
2K with me.
Audit. He streams. Audit. This is Gustavo. Me and him are. Hey.
Hell yeah, dude.
Fuck yeah. You know, when you're good, you're good. You know. Audit, how's it been, man? I haven't seen you in a coon's age. Is this your last one?
No, I don't know.
I thought you had to lead by 2.
We'll see.
We'll see. I've also been very busy at it. I got myself a new girlfriend. Got myself a new job. Life's going pretty good. Oh, we're playing these fuckers again? No. All right. All right. Get it. Hit that shit in. Yes. I used his big ass fucking booty as a backboard, dude. Fuck him.
I was right there just in case. I was literally sitting right here just in case he was gonna hit it.
By the way, this team is a booming team. They boom like it's the cure to cancer or gonna make their dick bigger.
Peace. Oh my god, I got boomed.
Also, I came back even better, and I don't know how that's possible, but it is.
Because you have a crappy player with you. So you're forced to carry.
Oh, I'm gonna let you have that. Oh, wait. Was I the last one to hit it?
I got boomed.
Yeah, these guys can go fuck
right
themselves.
There. Yeah, I've been just getting, he's just been targeting me. That's it. Hell yeah.
They said, oh, they're not falling for it anymore. Nice. Nice. Yeah, that was satisfying. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was clean.
That was fucking nice. I like that we're on an up streak now that you've gotten better. Like, you've only played like 6 games, but each game you've gotten like tremendously better by like double each game.
I've played an hour and a half of Rocket League. That's the total amount I played on this thing.
Audit's actually the person that trained me on Rocket League.
Came in front of me, man, boy.
Don't blame me.
I know. I had nobody to blame.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh okay, he sucks. Oh, fucking lag spike. Aw.
I got it.
Now I do sound like Audit. Oh.
Oh, these are dribblers too.
He tried to get rid of me. He couldn't. He got rid of me. Got it. How about that D, dude? That's a big D.
This guy's trying to boom me.
All right, get it. Get it. Get it. It's all you, buddy.
Oh. I got blocked.
This guy knows what's up. I'm gonna fuck him up. There we go. I missed. All right, set up.
Oh. Little too early again. 3/4 back.
There we go. Goal shot. Goal shot. Nope, I missed. Coming in hot. Oh, fuck. All right, all right, all right. Round two. Round two. Ah, bitch. Tail fin. The tail fin is literally my favorite move because it disorients them out the yin yang. Which side do you want it?
Any side.
Yeah, when I'm kicking off, you let me know what side you want it on, and I'll try to hit it that way.
I just usually, I've been kind of just playing back, and whatever side it hits on, I'll boost.
Okay. Fuck.
I messed up on that.
I said I'm also the person that deletes Rocket League and gets on it the next day. Hey, whatever keeps your PlayStation being thrown out the window, you know? I don't know how you got there before me, but okay. Oh, shit. Shit.
All right.
All right. All right. Butt
Got
back,
this.
head forward. It's time to lean in. Fuck me. Yes. Got that shit. I saw that coming from a mile away. Oh no. Oh! No! Ah! All right, we can still win this. It's that DF camp dude. He's the one fucking running the shit. Boom the fuck out of him, Gustavo. Ah.
Ooh.
Go, go, go. Go straight. Okay.
Oh no. Oh shit. Said all right. Oh.
Whenever you
I'm
have the
still
ball,
going?
yeah, whenever you have the ball and you're dribbling, turn off ball cam. It makes it so much easier. Ah. Ah. He saw me coming. Damn.
That guy's good.
Damn. Yeah. I've gotten better at Rocket League, but still stuck in Diamond. Audit. The fact that you just said that you've gotten better at Rocket League is terrifying. Audit doesn't touch the ground.
Oh, he doesn't touch grass.
He doesn't touch the grass. He doesn't touch ground when he plays. He's just, actually, he lives in like a straight up like solar encampment. Like his electricity is diesel as well. Like, oh,
I think I blocked that. Not gonna lie.
yeah, I know. I wasn't gonna say anything. I was like, it's a 1 to 4. It's alright. These fuckers. No, oh, it's pretty cool. And he's also a god of Rocket League. He makes grand champs, which I know you don't know the rankings, but grand champs fucking like up there. Like they're making money. Grand champs flabbergasted that he's only diamond because he's better than them.
Well,
Actually, hey, Audit, do you want to do a 1v2?
or threes.
Nah, us two versus Audit. We're still gonna lose. Good Goys. That's their team name. All right, let's do this.
Better be good boys.
There we go. Nice.
I was right behind you to do the same thing. Look at that.
We even like turned the same.
Both had the same idea.
Ah. There we go.
I thought that was a setup. I almost hit that.
It kind of was, honestly, I don't care if you steal my shots because always go for the rebound. Always. If I shoot and it misses, be right there. Boom. All right, Audit. All right, take it away. Oh, I thought you were going for it. You can 1v2 these guys. They're gonna forfeit. Try to get some extra cool shot.
Get that, Tim.
Yeah, yeah. Fuck, dude.
Oh yeah. About to do this. Watch this.
Watching.
Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Done yet?
I'm watching. Did it happen
Look
yet?
at that dribble. It didn't happen yet. It didn't happen yet. Watch this, Tim. Look at that. Look at that shot.
That's a goalie shot, dude. All right, I'm gonna kick it off and go back to goalie. I mean, that's what I do anyways on kickoffs, but. Oh, shit.
Tim, what happened to be goalie? Oh,
I got
shit.
it. I got it. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I got mine.
You hit that over there. Yeah.
Got it.
It's been so long.
I know. But we're back in business, baby. So, life event. I'm actually also going to be playing with my future son-in-law. Every now and then.
Oh, so you're gonna be streaming or just playing games in general?
I might be, I think I will be streaming tomorrow because I'm going to be stuck at home because this man is fixing my car. So I'm going to be carless and home all day.
Not all day. We should be finished by like 2, 3 o'clock.
Okay.
If everything goes well. Yeah, you know.
I don't know, sabotage the car so we can play longer.
Don't listen to him. I'm paying good money. I'm paying this man $2,200 to fix my car.
Cheaper than the cheapest place you found.
That's not the cheapest place I found. That's the first place I found.
That is the cheapest place you'll find, I'll tell you that.
Brakes Plus.
Yeah.
Come on, you can score on them. I believe in you.
I should be able to. I got it. Leave me alone.
All
God
right,
damn it.
all right.
Ah, fucking
All
touching
right.
the ball.
All right. I'll go back to my hole.
Stop it. All right, you can touch it. You can touch it. You can touch it.
I was about to say you might be fucked because I was dicking around. Dude, look at me.
All right. I got it now.
Gustavo, look at me in the goal.
Damn, I'm really trying. Got it. Get it, Tim.
Oh shit! Sorry, I was fucking around.
I see you upside down spinning. Look at that. Look, you'll see it too. Look at that. Oh shit.
You know you can move around your view on the replays.
Oh.
All right, I need to get that score back.
No. I got it. Leave me alone.
All right, go for it.
Both of you.
Hey! I don't know why I didn't get an assist for that, but okay.
You didn't touch it.
Excuse me. You know what? I'm gonna go over here.
Huh?
You say, you know what? I'm gonna go over here. I'm not even gonna kick off. All right,
I got it. I got it.
All right.
I got it.
Watch me score, dude. Okay. That dude was about to hit it in for me.
Oh yeah, look at it. I had to race this to touch it.
Yes.
Win by 4.
Dude, forfeits feels so fucking good. All right, let's go lose the audit.
Sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm.
That is in the first game.
He's like a radiator. He takes a long time to warm up, but once he does, no one can touch him. Oh, let me invite him real quick. You know, we could play 3v3s on audits level and really show you what pain is.
I'll fucking probably crash out. I'll be like, man, time to go to bed.
Oh, let me accept my rewards real quick. You got anything else accomplished, Gustavo?
Huh?
You got
Yeah.
anything? You got anything else to claim?
I got three more things on stage 2.
Nice.
Or I'll just like practice things I can do on my off time.
Next time we can start doing ranked and really get a label on how much we suck.
Man, I don't want to do
I
that.
think you guys will be able to reach plat.
Man, have you seen me boom? Did you see the stream?
Did you just say plat? Gustavo.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. Did you see the stream?
Gustavo, or audit. Did you say plat? No, I've never reached plat in my life. No, that's a lie. I reached it on 3s and 2s, but solos, I'm a solid gold 3.
Oh, yeah, solos are different though.
All right,
Well,
let's
Tim,
see.
you're party leader, by the way.
Yeah, no, I was accepting all my rewards. All right, no bots, 2v2. Great match. So this map is actually Denver, Colorado.
Oh,
But at night time.
All right, go on the orange team, Gustavo. All right, just like we practiced. Doss him right now. Oh, you bitch. Fucking bitch. I think I've called audit about 1 million cuss words in my lifetime.
One of them being kangaroo.
Yes. You fucking kangaroo loving bitch.
Damn. Oh. Okay, thank you.
Even though you're from New Zealand. All you.
Oh no.
Yes!
Gustavo! You were gonna blow me up.
That was smooth. That was smooth.
Oh! Dude. Alright, I'm happy. I don't care what happens for the rest of the game. That was our teamwork. Oh shit.
Yeah,
In a nutshell. I can't believe that worked. We didn't rehearse that or nothing. I missed it. Don't let him touch it. Don't let him touch it. Don't let him touch it. Fuck you. Get out of
I
here.
was fighting right there. I was right in that corner.
All you, take it, take it, take it.
Oh no.
No, damn it. I heard him. I could feel his breath on my neck.
All right, you got us. That ball ain't touching the ground from his goal to mine. I have to remember all of his like secret moves. Oh, I can't believe you fucking got that.
Tom's really good at countering stuff.
I have an audit protocol.
You said what?
I have an audit protocol.
Hell yeah.
No, I knew that wasn't going in.
Oh, just.
Nope.
Take it. Yes. Well, I mean, you got the general idea, so I'm just impressed with that. All right, get it away from there. He's not done. He's not done. Not damn it.
Oh, you
I
just
helped
followed that
him.
ball in the goal.
Yep.
I mean, if he's good for Gobbler, he's 10 times better than I am, so.
Yeah. It's actually surprising that we know some fucking impressive people in this. What the fuck? Anyways, we've gotten some impressive people joining our little team here. Fuck. Yes. Yes. Hold up. Wow. Mm-hmm. Not on my watch. Or on my clock.
Okay.
Oh no. I'm a fucking trash can right now in the wind. Oh, sorry. No! Audit has the choice to bring it up or down, and I have to 50-50 guess which one he's gonna do. Because he could have nose dipped right there and bounced it up if he saw me coming on the ground.
Nice. No one touched it. Hell yeah.
He's playing some stupid games right now.
I didn't even touch it. Oh.
Oh no. Fuck. Fuck, 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 fuck. Audit's only weakness is that he tries to do fancy shit and it fucks him.
I've actually stopped trying to do fancy shit now.
I see that you've heeded my advice.
Yeah, actually I did, so I learned something.
Yeah, I taught you everything you know.
Obviously, you still haven't taught me about your counter-attack.
I thought you figured that out by now.
I would have forgotten that.
Oh, okay. I have no boost. Hit it, hit it. Oh no. I also like playing against Audit because he doesn't take it easy on me. It will be 31-0 and he'll still be like, oh, I'm trying to get this 32. I believe Audit is actually your age, Gustavo. 23? Yep. I said, Audit's the same age as you. I thought he was like fucking 40.
Oh, no.
Damn.
When I can't see your face, that is a compliment. Oh shit. No, I gotta save for that too. Nah, he's just got the demeanor of an old soul. Damn, you
almost saved that too.
Yeah, I know, you shoved that thing in there. You're not doing your normal kickoffs, and it's concerning me. No!
Nah, I've started practicing my kickoffs again.
Ooh. Ooh.
Hell yeah.
Ooh. There you go.
Yeah.
Did both shots get shot by Gustavo? God damn it.
Yes.
All right, I need to fucking score. 10 seconds. Oh, I could have fucking scored. Hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it, hit it.
I did hit it. Did he just block it?
Yeah, he blocked
I
it.
just blocked it. It was
Oh,
so
shit.
close. So I had no boost, no nothing.
Damn.
Luckily, Tim hit me in that direction.
Do you guys want to do threes in Diamond Land?
Oh God.
If I don't lag as much.
Okay. And we'll go on casual, don't worry. One, Gustavo can't do tournament yet. Or competitive. And two, don't worry, we're not gonna make you lose all of your ranks.
I mean, at this point, I think I'm just going to be staying in Diamond 2. I'm just really stuck at that level.
What do you think you're stuck by? What do you think's keeping you?
Lack of control, really. Like, what I've been focusing on is like control on the ground, doing the speed flips, like trying to reposition myself. Like last time I was kind of all over the place, but now
wait,
I'm like paying
third
attention to
floor.
the game.
What, Gustavo?
Where's our third?
Wait, is Audit not in here? Yes.
Yeah, that's why I was like, hold on, wait a minute.
Oh my god, and we're still in Diamond. Oh no. We're by ourselves.
That's not good.
It's not good at all. We just got a bot. Dude, forfeit this match immediately.
No, we can't forfeit.
Well, we gotta get Audit up in here.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, what do we do? How do we forfeit?
Abandon, leaving matches negatively impacts.
If you abandon match, then we leave the match.
No, there'll be a point where we can forfeit. We'll try to forfeit as soon as possible. Damn kangaroo ping. Oh, it's funny. Fuck.
Oh god damn.
Fuck. I'm reporting all of them.
They're all hacking.
We actually reverse smurfed because we left our actual diamond player and we're a bunch of bronze and golds.
I'm an unranked, not even that. I'm
Actually, Gustavo, I think you have the skill to be a silver right now. No joke.
Oh my gosh, everyone's just in the air fighting. This is these are literally fucking aircrafts. This isn't cars.
Yeah. Nope. Rocket League is rockets, dude. There we go.
These are planes. They're not rockets. They're not going fast. You guys are just flying.
Oh, you know what's funny too? Tom?
Yeah.
Chris is re-downloading Rocket League.
Ooh. Chris, as in your buddy that I played with that one time? I thought you meant my Chris. I was like, I haven't talked to that Joker in like 6 months. I talked to that Joker the last time you talked to that Joker. Can you guys get the fuck out of the way? Thank you. All right, I'm turning off ball cam. It's fucking me up with all this chaos. Jesus fuck. Mine! Oh.
There has been points as well so if we have a
Oh my god.
grand champion there, I'm so sorry.
I'm the grand champ. This is fucking own gold.
Tim is, I'll tell you, he's probably one of the best players I've ever seen, you know, when it comes to scoring goals on your own fucking goal.
Yeah, I'm the best teammate they have.
They call him the terrorist.
Nice. Oh, he tried to long shot it.
My god. On Terror T. Call you that now.
I used to be Liability Tim, so that's an upgrade.
Yeah, but then you also became Intimidation.
Intimidation. With extra Tim.
But then I also started
Yep.
you'll see why
I've gotten better at landing on my feet like a cat. Cause like I changed my bumpers to L1 R1 for roll. All right. I feel it. Never mind.
That was constipation, Tim. That's what you felt.
I had to poop. Motherfucker, dude. All right, vote to concede. Vote to concede.
Oh, options. Vote to concede.
Okay, anyways. So, Audit, I'm going to defer the training stick to you for Gustavo. Because I feel like the person with the most skill and the person that taught me should be in charge of the training here.
training?
Like training Gustavo. On like
Okay.
rotation and shit like that. And like
it'll be pretty simple.
Oh, I just disappeared from party, was destroyed because of a connection error.
I sent you another invite. All right. Audit, are you ready for me to hit play?
Yep.
Okay.
Are you gonna abandon us like you did this time?
I didn't abandon you.
You abandoned us because we sat there and we no, we sat there and we said, wait,
He
where
came
are
out.
you?
He came out with milk and cookies. I brought the sacks, guys. Guys,
And we were already
guys.
in the car. Yeah, we were already in the car. You were driving back. We said, man, what a nice trip.
You know, I really
It
am
wasn't done
glad
yet.
that all three of us can play together. Let me turn around for one moment.
So, oh shit.
Ow.
So pretty much what you just want to do is try and be in the places that we're not in. Like right now you're on the other side, which is good. Since
Yeah.
someone's on that side.
Think
So we all just-
zone coverage.
Yeah, we just want to all keep our distance from each
Oh!
other.
Zone coverage. Football. I got you. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Basketball. That makes way more sense. Okay. You want a 2-3 zone is what you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, well, that's the thing. I don't know anything about football.
That's basketball.
The sports ball.
I don't know anything about that.
Throw the leather dead animal into the hole / posts. Yes!
Oh my god. Oh my lord.
Bitches!
Destroying diamonds is crazy.
Dude, watch this shit. I went through 2 cars. On the right. Middle. Oh, and verbal communication, Gustavo. That is a wonderful thing.
What do you communicate about? I got ball.
Where you are, what you're doing, what you're trying to do.
Okay.
If you're trying to hit a shot, if you're setting somebody up. Get that car out of here. No, I hit the
out.
car.
Yeah, get that. Get that.
I got goal.
That's all you.
Midfield.
No, it's not. It's all you guys. I just got it out there, man. But disrupting things.
Audit mustache. Mustache.
You need boost for mustache. Mustache.
Ah, I wasn't ready.
Sorry. Mustache again.
Going up.
Oh, that's just a good setup. Oh my god.
Ah! Middle.
Try.
Ah! Oh, well, fucking whip that shit. There's only 2 modes I've ever seen the ball just not be touched for about 10 seconds, and that's really good players and really bad players. No in between. Nice.
Oh yeah, take that down.
I got you. I got your back up on it. Okay. We're actually fucking holding our own, dude. Are you still in my club audit? No, you're not. Abandonment.
Damn. Oh, I hit him out the way. You got that.
That was close.
Oh, he boomed me.
You got that. Nice. Oh. That's
Nice. From Tim Canning. There we go.
so good.
Got it.
Nice. Oh, he was nice.
Well, I think intimidation kind of made him panic. Ow. I sacrificed my body for the cause. How you doing there, Gustavo?
I was. No. Hey, at least I'm not liability Tim. You know what I'm saying? I actually scored.
Mm-hmm. Wait, did you score?
Yeah, I was the one who scored.
Wait, no, I scored, dude. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, you did score. I thought I scored. Oh.
Nah.
No.
That's my bad.
At the 10th second, dude. I want to win this.
What you call clutch?
To the left. Oh no.
Oh.
I just wanted to score again. There's no way I could recover that. Fuck, we need a kickoff goal. And we need it bad. On it. I choose kickoff goal.
Oh my god.
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought that would keep it up.
That was so close, dude.
Yeah, I thought we kept it up.
Dude, that wasn't bad. That wasn't bad at all.
I'm sure. Yeah, you guys, you guys are doing bits by yourselves.
Nah, dude, I'm surprised I held my own.
Yeah, exactly.
Them radio, god damn it.
I'm trying. I just got so many awards for being the only person that scored on that game on our team. My shoulders are so heavy.
Can feel the relief after the game.
Audit, remember your training.
I'm gonna have versing 2 champs.
Yeah, we're playing a club. Nice.
Oh, these guys are good.
Yeah. Oh, nice. I'll try and get that.
Right place, right time. Oh,
Nice!
dude.
Let's go!
Fuck yes. Gustavo. Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
He blocked that shit
dude,
too.
we both tried to rebound it, but you got it. That's called a triple slam, dude.
Look at that.
Every unit fucking going to it. Got it.
Nice, Tim!
Yes. Uh-oh.
Fuck.
Oh no. I was like, you ain't double tapping in my house, bitch. And then it's like, oh yeah, there's stuff afterwards. Oh no.
Nice. Check it out. Oh, I missed that.
All right, good. We got it back on their side. I got rear.
Oh,
Setting up heavy.
boom somebody by accident. Oh, I did it.
Damn, I tried to set it up. I'm back again.
Oh,
Oh, fuck. I missed.
oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Nice little dribble.
Get out of here.
This is why we need you.
Nice. Nice. Oh wait, I'm the only one that hasn't
Honestly,
scored yet.
It scared me.
I need to score now.
Look at that. You hit that by the tire. Tim, don't get irrational now just because you haven't scored. Don't
Be
freak out.
aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Start booming everybody.
Guru Tim's coming out. Oh, dude.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Oh my God.
The Great Fakes of Michigan. Oh no. Have you ever seen the Great Fakes of Michigan? They're amazing. There's 5 of them.
God damn.
To the left, to the left.
To the left, to the left.
Nice.
Oh, I guess he returned the favor. Fuck.
Going around killing everybody.
Yeah, no. Going for
Wait,
it.
are we killing everybody?
That-
Is this the goal?
I mean, if you wanna,
They can be.
it can be. I'm just doing giant donuts and just hitting the ball back on their side every time.
There's one guy that wants to hit me too.
Nice. Probably gonna come back to the end though.
Mm-hmm. I ain't got no boost.
Oh, watch out.
Mm-hmm. Oh. I think they fucked up.
Yeah.
I got boost. I'm in the middle.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Don't get it in. Oh my god, I almost got there. Alright, one goal. That's all we need. Minute 20 seconds.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm. Gustavo, you're gonna go back to playing your guys and you're like, why are you so lame?
This guy seemed a lot more easier now.
Yeah, this is really good training for like upping your level. Oh shit. We're getting stomped on. Oh, nice. We created a wall with our buddies. I got midfield. Coming in.
Oh.
Oh. Rotating back. Ah, shit. We can get 2. I'll be on the right. Nice. So, not to be like super technical, but I saw you in the middle of the goal and I actually purposely put it in the middle so that they would hit it towards the middle so that you would actually block it. All right, we're not gonna win, boys. 10 seconds per goal, let's go. Yeah, my bad. I came out.
It was just the leg spike.
Yeah, if we're ever bad, it's just lag.
Well, that's the case. I've been lagging this whole time.
Damn it.
Yeah, that was lag right there.
Yep, definitely lag.
Fucking hard lag spike. It was a delay.
All right, I want to try to get at least 1 goal this game. Come on. Let's go.
You can't score, Tim.
You're probably right.
Oh, you weren't supposed. You were supposed to use.
Yeah, I'm not you, Gustavo.
can't just be like, you're right. I'm gonna go back to my hole now.
That's exactly what I do. Oh, nice. Oh, I thought that went in.
Ape gas one.
All right, let's play a fucking team that's not a goddamn unit. We're the only unit allowed. Actually, Audit, do you mind joining the club real quick?
76 ping.
The club.
53 ping. 236 ping. God damn.
I went back to main menu.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, you
Even
should.
though
That's your fucking Lord of the Rings name, Lagalot.
Lego.
So Lagalot.
And my lag.
Hello, my lag.
Why do they call him Legalot? You'll see.
So Lagalot.
Just teleporting everybody everywhere.
We need to get Sir Lagalot. He has the power of the lag.
I joined the VC. Hey.
It's like, yeah, that means he's good. That ball's not touching the ground. All right, there we go. We got our team colors now.
Ashwagandha.
That was a big match.
Hey, I hit them though.
Oh fuck! You got it on it. You got it on it.
Kind of.
Who the fuck is Pinkman?
In the center.
I thought for some reason the word pink threw me off, and I was like, why is he on our team? I need to get the fuck out of here. Stop ball chasing, Tim. Get back in your zone. Fuck you, Ashwagandha. Oh! Oh no. Oh yay.
Nice. Nice.
Oh, sorry, Audit. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was the reason why they just scored. I just crashed into Audit.
Anyway.
Ash. Oh, no, his name is Ash Wagga Wagga.
Oh.
Or Ash Wagga.
To left.
Yeah, Wagga.
Aw. Oh my god. Well, he missed. Nice. Nice. Nice.
Oh, the leg.
Oh my god. Audit. Help.
I honestly don't know what's going on. I'm fucking laying in bed.
I'm going supersonic backwards. That's what's going on. There we go.
Fuck.
Hey, you were holding your own for a second.
Not the guy. Killed Ash Wagga Wagga. you're good. That was my fault. Probably could have made that.
Oh no, there was a blockade.
Oh, go, go, go.
Back in the middle.
Fuck.
Ah, too slow. I'm on the right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Get that audit. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank the Lord.
Yes. Yes.
You know, it was all set up. I really set it up for it.
Yeah, that was a really
You know,
great
I hit that guy out, and you know, once I pushed it up there, I didn't, you know.
Yeah, you also blew the wind that helped his sails, weren't you?
Oh yeah, with my mouth. Blew it.
Ah, I knew from the
Blew
start that was bad. No.
Hufflepuff, huh?
Dude, I wasn't expecting us to win shit doing this, but we've done a lot better than I thought we would, to be honest. And it kind of puts your training on crack, Gustavo, because you got to keep up or fucking drown. That's
Yeah. Pretty hard.
yeah. I mean, 1-4 versus grand champs and fucking diamonds ain't bad.
Oh, are these grand champions?
All right, everyone be aggressive. Oh, that bitch.
Oh.
He did that on purpose.
One more game.
One more game.
I got one more game in me. That's it.
I think, yep, that's everybody.
Because I just looked at the time. It's damn near. I said 2. It's almost 3.
Yep. I've got very important lounging to do tomorrow. Have to get up and game.
Up early and fucking work.
Oh shit. Oh nice.
Look at that defense. Oh, Lord. First.
I'm ready on the other side of the field. I'm ready for you, Audit. I'm ready to receive you.
Did I do something before I died?
You didn't let them score?
Here.
Yeah. I believe it or not, I aimed for his ass too. Yes. No.
The back again.
Why does that always happen? I do this amazing save and they're like, rebound. I was going backwards. I'll be on the right. Nice save, Audit. I gave you a congratulatory beat the fuck down. Oh, so close.
The back tardigans is fucking us up.
Their club name is Walkie Fortnite.
Heck yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I was about to say, not again. Oh, nice.
Oh, Tim.
I thought he was gonna hit it. And he saw me coming, so he didn't.
Oh, I bet.
Double nice.
Push it real good.
I'm on the left. Apparently that's fucking useless information. All right, we can still fucking do this. Nice. I thought I'd take a whack at it, you know? Oh, I missed. That would have been a goal, too. Oh my god, it's fucking like, oh, oh, oh. There you go. Ah. Nice. No. Oh. Here's a dollar. You gotta be quicker than that. What? Nice. Nice. Yes.
Oh, beautiful goal.
All right, 2 more of those in under 8 seconds each. Let's go. You can do it again, right?
Up the kickoff. Otta, you got it.
I feel like when we say kickoff goal, Audit actually starts to do it. So we just need to start saying, hey, kickoff goal, every single kickoff.
I need you to do that once.
One more time, buddy.
Like, I need to do it right now. One more time.
I'll give you an audit snack.
Audit, I need you to score.
Go, 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 go. All right, can't touch the ground. Can't touch the ground.
Oh, nice.
No.
Well, it didn't touch the ground. Look, the only thing that matters is that I scored this game.
Going to need a tune-up after that.
All right, boys. Oh, dude, the fucking transformer car can turn into a transformer. That's cool as shit.
Wait, should we? All right.
Well, thanks for playing, guys. Thanks for stopping by on it. I'm gonna try to get on tomorrow.
Alrighty. I will get on as soon as I get off with your car.
Oh, sweet. All right.
Talk to you later.
See you.
Yeah, that got them down pretty soft.
They're all at higher than 50% health.
It got them down for a second, then they came right up. I'm gonna flip that.
What's your radius on that turn?
36 meters.
Pretty good.
Yeah. Dude, I was lucky when we was running in that direction too.
Alright, I'm gonna call it.
Light post. I swear I'm a green light post. I swear. I swear. I lied to who, buddy? Oh no. I'm a dancing green light post.
Is that hurting you?
Yep. Now we're running a green light post. Run away.
Why does it run so fast? What the fuck? Hang up! Dude, you should see both of these light posts are bent and bent over. And I was like, dude, there's no way that's a real light post. Then I see you fucking...
Oh no!
Oh, that was funny as shit.
Without Tim complaint. How about that?
That's true. Okay, all of that tracks. Yeah.
Very true.
You know what's really cool?
Like, I gotta go now if I gotta prove a point. But
Yeah.
I think we adjusted it correctly.
Well, it's like a dating.
Tyler's like, don't threaten me.
Dude, don't threaten me with a good pee.
You know,
supposed to join?
you know what's cool? Vader. About to be 4. Five or 4. Woohoo!
Damn it!
Whoa! 6 in a row! 7 in a row! Motherfucker!
Okay.
8 in a row! This is my turf! Try and kill me! I just fucking murked everybody. I'm still alive. Ah, I'm on fire. Ah, I died.
10th because of that last little run right there.
I got 4th.
I'm kind of wanting to gamble on some of these rolls right now.
There we go.
Hey, gambled and it worked.
How to, what happened?
Oh no, fuck, it's a 105. Fuck me running, dude.
Flip it.
Oh,
I think we should do this to presidents. Like, this is how the presidents of age do.
dude, look at the ass on this man. Dude, he's got.
Oh yeah, tie yourself to it.
I'll be your mermaid.
I'm gonna clip this real quick so I can send it to him so he knows what we're talking about.
So tired of waiting until you came. My whole direction will never be the same. So full of love for this thing we made. Since you're right through my heart, my love for her will never fade.
Woohoo! I'm making shot after shot after shot after shot. Nice.
Taking care of my girl, you know somehow. And it's all worked out now that you are here. I'm so proud that I work my team.
That was a nice assist that I just did. Holy crap.
Wish I knew what was going on in the head of yours. Don't be sensitive when I feel it making it worse. I try to
Quit hopping, James.
you, and I will respect you. If gonna find the truth,
Oh my gosh, that missed.
if gonna
Of course
find
it
the
did.
truth.
I took it back. My aiming skills